Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, currently in use as runway 36 left, as has been the case for over 2 weeks now. Summer has arrived in the Netherlands. It is beautiful weather. It is 23 degrees Celsius. So that is 76, am I counting correctly? 23, 46, 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Good afternoon, Cafe Spotter. Good afternoon, Marius. Good afternoon, Marissa. Good afternoon, Paul. Good afternoon, Natwa. Good afternoon, Remco Penning and Remco Karel. 2 Remco's. Hey there, Jono. Good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. At the moment, Polderbaan is the only runway in use for departures. And indeed, Marissa, I did put on sunscreen royally before going out. I'm out here in a t-shirt and in shorts. It is lovely weather. I'm happy that there is a bit of wind. The wind is still blowing from the northeast. It hasn't changed direction yet, so the weather conditions in terms of the wind are similar to how they have been over the past 2 weeks now. Hey there, Paul. Hey there, Lance. Hey there, Miguel. Hey there, Vincent. Good afternoon. I was running a little late. Ran into someone who recognized me and had a little chat with Dave. So I was a bit tight in my schedule. Now, at the moment, I see a lot of traffic coming to the Polderbaan. Lined up in the distance is an EasyJet Airbus A320 with destination Edinburgh. It is an 8-year-old airplane that had its first flight in October 2014 and it is spooling up right now. Good afternoon, Texas and Jens. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. So if I show you guys the big picture, you can see that at the moment there is not a cloud in the sky. As you guys probably know by now, this is facing the north. There is construction along the cycling path over here. This is to the west. This is facing east, land inward. Back to the runway threshold is facing south. Coming this way is an Embraer 190 KLM flight 1345 destination Billund. Now, it is busy. The next airplane is already moving. Boeing 737-800, destination Malaga. 16 years old. What wind there is blowing from the northeast, 040 degrees, as you can see in the latest METAR. Visualized, it looks like this. Smoke is blowing towards us. So the pilots taking off are facing a bit of crosswind from the right. Next up is an A330, destination Washington. KLM flight 651, Airbus A330-300, 11 years old. First flight was in February 2012. This A330 has no issues with retracting the landing gear, no heating issues. Given the current ambient air temperature, maybe you would think if there are any issues with overheating, they take place on days such as today or maybe in the upcoming weekend. Well, that was the first A330 of the stream. Next up is going to be KLM flight 603. It is a Dreamliner 787-10 Dreamliner, destination LAX, Los Angeles. This airplane is 3 years old and had its first flight in May 2020. In the meantime, meantime, I see a lot of people have joined in the chat. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, Swamp Fuel. Good afternoon, Kampusk. YouTube fan, good afternoon. Josegi, Mario Seipt, good afternoon to you all. Adebos Kesil Jr. checking in from Indonesia again. Good evening to you. Hope everybody is doing well on this Friday afternoon. We have a nice lineup of airplanes over there in the distance. It is a nice mix of heavies and narrow bodies. We'll see in what order they will depart. For now, it seems that all air traffic is lining up to take off from the runway threshold. Lined up in the distance at the moment is Pegasus Air A321neo, destination Istanbul. It is a 3-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2020. And it is spooling up right now. Hey there, Pavlos Chris, good afternoon. René Kortekaas, goedemiddag, good afternoon, good to see you. Right, let's have a look. Next up is going to be a Vueling flight to Barcelona, flight 8303, Airbus A320. It is 6 years old and had its first flight in November 2016. We can see a 777 lining up behind it. Those doors close late. Huh, never noticed that before. MT Energia says good morning from Brazil. Good afternoon from Brazil. Good day to you, my friend. Hey there, Rolf. Good afternoon. Now, no time to waste. Gotta keep moving with haste. KLM flight 757, it is a 777-300ER, 15 years old, destination Panama City. Now you can see that there's crosswind from the right. Those need to correct for it. The pilot needs to correct for it, I should say. Oh, was there a queen in the background? I didn't even notice. Too focused on what is happening in the foreground. Now, what is going to happen? Because there's an airplane lined up, but there's also an airplane holding short further out. That is closer towards us. Chocolate time. Oh dear, is it that Embraer 190 again? It is. There she is, the Leysieffer Chocolaterie, German Airways, DAPRI. I know the sign by heart, don't even have to look it up on flight radar. If I recall correctly, it was from 2015 and 8 years old, but that I do have to double check. 15 years old, January 2008, there you go. And the Transavia, that is holding short. Over here we'll go to Ibiza, also not too bad. But the chocolate Embraer is going first. 350 departing, Pavlo's saying. On center, I'm assuming. Let's see if we can capture it then. So is there a A350 taking off from center now then? Or is it coming this way? Center was closed until a few minutes ago. Or is it coming this way then? I'm only, with my split screen, only having a very closed up view of the beginning of the runway on flight radar, of this runway. So I'm not seeing what is going on more towards the main platform area. This is another Embraer 190 KLM, destination Hamburg, 13 years old, first flight July 2009. Now there's another big bird lining up in the distance. Okay, taxiing. Good to know. China Southern to Guangzhou. And it only just got pushed back from the gate. Okay, so it's going to take a while before we'll see it, but for now all outbound traffic is still coming to this runway. That is the upside. Oh. Pointing the camera to the wrong airplane. The Transavia to Ibiza. Taking off first. Now let me quickly turn around the camera. Indeed, that's the song I always think about as well. What's their name again? Venga Boys. That was it. Hey there, Rom NYC. Hey there, Ronald. Hey there, Gary. And Michael Novus. Good day to you. Good to see you all. Hope everybody is doing well. In the meantime, this is KLM flight 641, Dreamliner 7879, outbound New York JFK, 4 years old, first flight August 2018. In the meantime, we have this gentleman duck swimming right in front of me on his own. Looking around, there might be a companion gentleman duck on the other side of the water, a bit further downstream. There we go. Yeah, the ducks are awake, Michael. It is afternoon, of course. Yeah, I get, each time I'm here, I get more evidence that ducks are not early birds. They do seem to be more night owls than early birds. Anyway, lined up right now in the distance is KLM flight 1755. It is an Embraer 175 with destination Bremen in the north of Germany. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in February 2017. And it is on the move. Right, well, the next airplane is already on the move. It is KLM flight 1017, Boeing 737-700, going to London Heathrow. It is a 700, so the smallest of the Boeing 737s. This particular airplane had its first flight in October 2008, making this 14 years old. Hey there, Steve J. Good afternoon. Rolf, good afternoon. Greetings from Bremen. Well, we just sent an airplane your way. She'll be arriving within the hour. Next up, another Transavia. This one is going to Valencia. Hey there, W. Good day to you, Patrick. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. If you just tuned in, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Currently the only runway in use for departures, but depending on the offering of outbound traffic, parallel departures take place, with 36 center on occasion also being used. At the moment, the only outbound traffic is coming all outbound traffic is coming to this runway. It is 23, maybe even 24 degrees Celsius already. 76 to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. There is a bit of wind blowing from the northeast, as has been the case for 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks now. If you look at the smoke from the chimneys in Westport, Amsterdam, Westport area, it is blowing towards us. Camera is now pointing at a 45 degree angle vis-a-vis the runway heading, which is parallel to this canal and is north-south oriented. Now, there was talk about an A350 earlier in the chat, and here it is. In the meantime, it is coming this way. Hey Kathleen, good afternoon, good to see you again. Now, unfortunately, Marissa brings us some bad news. 36 Center also opened. So that means that not all outbound traffic will be coming to this runway exclusively anymore. Hey there, Neil. Good afternoon. Now, I think I still have a few sips of coffee left in my thermos. Also brought along 3 pints of water, one of which is in a thermos, which will be my last batch. Hey Alexander, grüß dich. Checking in from Munich. Herzlich willkommen. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Deutsch sprechende Zuschauer. We have a lot of them as well. Well, about to take off, China Southern Cargo flight 308, Airbus A350-900 with destination Gwangju, if I say that somewhat properly. The airplane is 3 years old and had its first flight in September 2019. And I can confirm that 36 Center is again open for business with another airplane taking off. Can I show it? Oh, it is already further out. Should be over there somewhere, but I'm seeing the camera doing its focus dance again. So let's just stick to some more obvious airplanes. Hey there Belinda, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Next up, Norwegian to Oslo. It is a Boeing 737-800, 12 years old. And it has the Peter C. Asbjornsen livery. So another grumpy man on the tail, probably. Indeed, Steve J, not a single cloud in the sky. Well, no, that's not true. Over here we do have clouds. Can I show you guys? Yeah, you should be able to see them really far away in the distance. Land inward, southeast is this. Coastal region, devoid of any clouds of significance. Let's have a look at the grumpy face on the tail. Now, in the meantime, if you're thinking, what am I hearing? There are people working here along the cycling path, and this gentleman is also mowing the lawn a little bit. Meanwhile, Delta Airlines Flight 137 is taking off. Airbus A330, destination Detroit. The airplane is 19 years old, had its first flight in February 2004. So the landing gear is retracting properly. Let me show you guys a big Volvo. Massive bit of kit, causing a few vibrations as it passed by. Has to take a detour. There's a car parked over here as well. Not sure where it's going to, but hey there Ide, hey there Steve J, hey there Stephen Morley, Thomas B, good afternoon, Rod Martinez, good afternoon. So yeah, and It's getting busy because there's also a tractor coming from the other way. That also, oh, but they can pass on the cycling path over here. That's no problem. Okay. So yeah, a proper Volvo. It does look a bit boxy, so I'm thinking it might be an 80s model, but... And at the moment, no traffic coming to the Polderbaan. Let me have a look on flight radar, see what is happening. Oh, there is traffic coming this way. It's just still taxiing over here. Well, in that case, let us have a look in the water. So we have this gentleman duck over here, a solitary swimmer, and a bit further upstream a pair of coots. Now I don't see any other birds in the water at the moment. Looking further out, nothing visible. On the other side of the stream, also not a lot to see. Got distracted by the coots, thought they were doing something. Hey, there's a quad engined contrail coming this way. Let me have a look and see. How well I can show you guys. So this is fully zoomed in now. Can only see the beginning of the contrail. I don't see, I'm unable to see what kind of airplane it is. If it is a 747 or an A340 or an A380, or maybe a different type of airplane. Now, because my camera is pointing relatively high up, it means my phone is pointing to the ground, so I'm unable to read the chat at the moment. Fortunately, the camera screen has a swivel mount, so I can still look at what I'm shooting somewhat normally, but I would have to crouch down to see what you guys are chatting right now. It is passing over almost dead straight over me. Oh. Still unable to make out the airplane type. I can only see 4 contrails. Try to follow the formation. Zooming out a little bit, so you can also see how the contrails evolve after having left the engine, or the vapor. The condensation has formed, I should say. Alrighty, well, by the looks of it, it is now over sea already. Zooming out again and lowering the camera again. I think I can see the next plane arriving. Ah, A380 Dubai Houston. Thank you guys. Thanks everybody who updated the chat with that information. I'll look it back when I get home again. see how it looked on a big screen. Now here's our next airplane. It is an A320 from British Airways. Destination London Gatwick. And it was even an A380 with the Journey to the Future livery. I'm sure that was something you had to look up on Flight Radar, Miguel, and wasn't able to see that on the footage. Although I would be positively surprised if you guys were able to see that. Would have been able to see that. Well, it looks like the A320 is taxiing straight ahead. So it will be taking off from that entrance to the runway where, if I'm standing on the other side of the runway, I would stand in line with. Let me quickly take another sip of coffee while I have a moment to do so. Still 1 or 2 sips left. Important to stay properly hydrated and properly caffeinated, of course. So this is BA flight 2827, Airbus A320, destination London Gatwick. This airplane is 21 years old, had its first flight in October 2001. Right, what else is happening here? There's something landing on 06 in the distance. And Icelandair 767 is being pushed back, Marissa is saying. So that is going to Reykjavik. And it's going to come to this runway for its departure. Now, speaking of ducks, they did a magic trick and disappeared. Over here, no birds to be seen in the water. And on the other side, I think only the coots are still just about visible. But they are hiding on this side of the water. Salut Fabrice, bonjour. Comment ça va aujourd'hui? Bienvenue. We're waiting for the next air traffic to come this way. I do saw another contrail. Now the question is, Let me try that out. Focus manual and focus on infinity. So that should stay properly focused to infinity. Now where do I... Ah, there it is. There we go. Yeah, got it. There you go. Switch from autofocus to manual focus, focus ring to infinity, and go hunt. So this airplane is flying to the east, I think maybe southeast a little bit. Came from the west, from the North Sea, flying north of me. Looks like a twin engine. So there is a bit more humidity in the upper parts of the atmosphere compared with yesterday. Yesterday I didn't see any contrails at all. Well, one, but that was only when it passed right over me. A very brief one at that. So, really looking to the east, 90 degrees, perpendicular to the canal and the runway heading. Aerologic from Chicago to Frankfurt. Haha, awesome. Hey there Elske, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well on this sunny Friday afternoon. I'm assuming that in Belgium, in Antwerp, it is also nice and sunny, comparable with what we have over here. Embraer taking off from center. Well, we are still waiting for the next airplane to come to 36 left. Let's have a look. Looks like we are getting an Embraer 175 as well, looking at the angle of the winglets. And it is KLM flight 1519, destination Norwich, Embraer 175, 6 years old, first flight June 2017. 30 degrees Celsius in Antwerp right now. Wow. 90, that is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That is quite warm. Particularly given that when it gets warm over here in the low countries, it's typically with high humidity as well. So additional cleanliness free of charge. Cool. Well, for what it's worth, they did also predict 29 degrees to 30 degrees Celsius in the Netherlands for tomorrow, and I think for Sunday and even Monday. I'm glad that over here along the coast it is still a bit cooler, and also luckily we still have a bit of breeze. Well, we have a bit of a momentary lull, although we are expecting an A321neo from Air Transat that is going to fly to Montreal. Cool. Joey confirming warm in Antwerp. It is not a lot cooler in Amsterdam. You need to go to the coast perhaps. The Waddeneilanden, those are always the coolest in this time of year. In the meantime, Servus, Peppy, and hey there ALV dog. And thank you so much for your Haya super sticker. Character appearing from behind a cloud. Well, that must be the one cloud that we see in the distance on the left hand side of the control tower for this runway. So it is starting to get late in Australia right now, isn't it? What was the time difference again? 10 hours? 9 hours? Oh, that means it's approaching midnight. Okay, not too late already. Always doing math with time zones. Now I do see that the Air Transat A321neo is coming this way. You have to look carefully. But that is a narrow body that is going to fly transatlantic in a few moments. Oh, 20 past 10 in the evening, that's still early. I thought it was later. In my mind it was already midnight or later in your part of the world. Hey there Hans Olaf, good afternoon. Roadhog, good afternoon. Indeed, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Was very busy. Well, looking further out, the 767 is on the move from Icelandair. There's an A320 destination Manchester on the move. I think that might be coming this way. Will be interesting to see how long they are going to keep the center runway open. There is a Dreamliner 10 with destination Delhi in India. Now, with both runways open, it is sure to take off from center. It is now almost 2:30. Let's also have a look on so there is this website that shows the expected runway usage. Bezoekbus is what it's called. And it says Zwanenburgbaan, so 36 center also open from 2 to 3. Okay, so what time is the Emirates A380 expected to depart? After 3, right? In that case, it is going to take off from the Polderbaan. If it is taking off between 3 and 4 p.m. 36 Center is expected to reopen again from 4 p.m. local time. So between 3 and 4 p.m. it is going to be Polderbaan only again. Now the A321neo is taxiing to the runway threshold. And in the meantime, I see that Kathleen is on a membership gifting splurge again. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for another 10 gifted memberships, and welcome to all new members that got gifted their membership by Kathleen. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hey Veerlug, good afternoon. 68 Twig, good afternoon. I see that the camera was not pointing in the right direction. Here we go. Air Transat A321neo, destination Montreal, transatlantic in the narrow body. It is a brand new airplane, or at least Flight Radar says it is brand new, but it had its first flight in July 2022, so it's less than a year old. And I think that qualifies as being brand new in the book of Flight Radar. And Marissa was mentioning that the A380 is expected to depart between 3 and 4, so that means it is very probable. I'm going to say it very cautiously, but I think that the likelihood of it taking off from the Polderbaan has increased significantly. Now, proof of the pudding is in the eating, so let's just wait and see. Hey there Bobby, hey there Liewe, good afternoon or good morning to you both. Hope you are all doing well. Veerle checking in from Munich. Grüße zurück. What's the weather like over there in the south of Germany? Probably warm as well. Veldi, hello, good afternoon. Good to see you again, hope you're doing well. Now, 3 airplanes are coming this way. They are still taxiing alongside runway 36 center. An EasyJet A320 destination Manchester, Icelandair Boeing 767-300ER and a Ryanair 737. It'll take a few more minutes before we'll be able to see them. Now, more machinery just passed by. It is getting a bit busy. One is a Volvo, the other, I don't know. A few trucks. Oh, there's a small machine as well. In the meantime, is that both of them or is that just one? I think it's just one coot. Chilling. Oh, and it is very hot in Munich. And Dr. Zoe Dusty asks, how is plane spotting now? Isn't it hot in the sun? It is hot in the sun, but there is a nice breeze that makes it cool and doable. Also, wearing shorts and short sleeve t-shirt, white t-shirt. There we go. No, but it's not wind still. We have a bit of breeze. It is also from the northeast, so it is a bit cool. If it weren't blowing, then it would have been too hot almost. But for now, it is doable. And Lance, that's a good question. I have no idea. I wasn't able to see what took place behind that building that obscured it from our point of view. Not sure if it was a very late flare or an actual touch and go. Also no replies yet from passengers. I did have a reply from a passenger that was on board the touch and go around of the EasyJet Airbus that landed on 06 in the evening a few weeks ago. But the only thing she could tell me was that there was nothing was mentioned on board by the crew about why they went around. And so far I haven't received any information from passengers or people more knowledgeable about the incident. And Hans Olaf has Bergen as local airport, so a lot of KLM flights, several a day I think, are coming your way then. And Miguel is informing us that in 25 minutes a 747 from Baku is going to arrive. Now it is arriving from Baku, so that is a destination or an origin in the east. And if 36 right is also open, it means it's very likely it's going to land on that runway and not on 06. From this point of view, inbound traffic for 36 right is very, very difficult to see. So don't count on us being able to see that 747 from Baku very well, unless of course around that time it is only 06 that is open for arrivals. So this is the 767 from Icelandair. It is not the first airplane to arrive on this part of the platform, if you can call it that. We have this EasyJet that is going to go ahead first. It is an A320 EasyJet flight 22164, destination Manchester. The airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in August 2009. If you were hearing some squeaky noises, it is this machine on the left that is coming this way. Meanwhile, from center, another heavy took off. And in the meantime, the 767 is also on the move. Icelandair flight 501, destination Reykjavik, Boeing 767-300 ER. Now this airplane is 23 years old already, had its first flight in February of the year 2000. So no engine issues for this one. Next up is going to be a Ryanair Boeing 737-800, destination Dublin in Ireland. This airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in March 2009. It is Ryanair flight 3007. Next we're going to see two Embraers. The first one is already rolling. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1217, destination Oslo. It is a 5-year-old airplane. First flight January 2018. Not used to it being so busy. I'm the only one standing here doing plane spotting, but a lot of work people are busy doing stuff over here. Next up is an Embraer 190. Destination Trondheim. KLM flight 1175. Now, I see that my chat window was frozen a little bit. I thought it was so quiet already, but I refreshed the page and now I'm seeing all kinds of messages that I missed. Hey there NJ, good afternoon, checking in from Asse. And good question Kathleen, where are the dwellings? Yesterday we did see a few. Did we see one earlier in the stream? I think we did. Although, now I'm not sure anymore whether it was today or yesterday. Now, Let's have a look. Where are the airplanes? There is an Embraer 175 coming this way. And I think the heavies are also preparing for coming this way. Hey there Paradiski and hey there Tina, good afternoon. See on the main platform that there are Dreamliners, destination Mexico City, New York JFK. They are ready. There's also a China Southern Cargo 777 taxiing. Or is that inbound? It says AMS CAN. Indeed, Roadhog playing Remy. Well, I did bring enough water with me to last me a few hours. Hey, ducks. Ducks, 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 ducks. They just touched down. Refreshing dive in the water. Playful ducks. And no, Jono, I did not bring an umbrella with me. With the wind blowing, it is very doable over here. I did put on enough sunscreen before going out, so should be okay. If there hadn't been any wind today, it would have been a different story altogether. Then it would have been too hot right now. Hey Sadiepoes, good afternoon. Now, but there's a constant breeze over here. You can see the grass is moving. You can see it in the water. So normally speaking, it is getting chilly really quickly, but now it is a nice refreshing wind. If it was wind still, it would have definitely been too warm. But it was also a bit of a test. I was just curious to see when the weather is getting a bit warmer. First of all, am I able to keep my equipment cool enough? And also, can I keep myself cool enough? Tomorrow and Sunday and Monday, it is expected to get a bit warmer. So I will probably have to resort to streaming early in the morning. runway center also being used for departures, as you can see. Boeing 737 just took off. In the meantime, Schiphol scarecrows are also patrolling. K2 in the Ford Ranger, one of the 4 bird control vehicles. Recognizable pickup trucks. Oh yeah, Sadie Poos, I have enough water with me. I had half a liter of coffee with me in my thermos, and I have 3 half liters of water right here. The last half liter I have in a thermos, so it's nice and cool. So no issues with dehydration over here. Now, we're waiting for big birds to come this way. There are a few that are on the move. The first big bird coming this way is China Southern Cargo 777 with destination Guangzhou. There's also a Dreamliner to New York JFK underway. Oh, and Silkway 747 will be a 06 landing, 3rd for arrival. Now, in that case, while we are waiting for the 222 to arrive, let's see if we can capture it then. The wind is picking up just a little bit. Blew away my tripod cover that I have over my power supply to shield it from the warmth. When it is over the power station, it does keep it nicely cool. Paul reporting 747 over his backyard, so that is in the Leiden area, so it should be in the vicinity of Kaag. What is it, the VOR? That's over there. And we're not 100% sure, Veerle, but bezoekbas.nl predicts that 36 left will be the only runway for departures between 3 and 4 p.m. And the A380 is expected to depart around 3:30. So under normal circumstances you would think that it is then going to depart from the Polderbaan. But you know how it is with Schiphol, you never know for sure. But it seems to be very likely. Alright, now, where is that 747? Oh, and there is the 747. There it is. As it passes by in the background, here is the first heavy. So 3 airplanes coming this way, 2 heavies. The first one is this 777 China Southern Cargo. Sandwiched in between is an Embraer 190. And I think it's even so small that we cannot see it, because this is the next airplane behind it, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner to New York JFK. Oh wait, there it is. Now the 777 obviously is going to taxi to the runway threshold, so it's still a few seconds out. I can also see that there is a Dreamliner with destination Mexico City coming this way, taxiing north, west of the center runway. So also should be getting close by. Let's see what else is cooking on the platform. A lot of narrow bodies. The Embraer also arriving on the scene. Now it is a very likely candidate to go ahead before the 777. Let's see what it's going to do. Looks like it is going ahead. Yeah. So this is KLM flight 1181, an Embraer 190 with destination Linköping. The airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in March 2010. And yeah, it was sort of a turn and burn indeed. Did not seem to be slowing down. Right. Let's quickly turn around the camera. So 3 big birds will be taking off, starting with this 777 to Guangzhou. China Southern Cargo, flight 2574. A 13-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August 2009. Hey Nelly, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. And 2 Boeing 787-9 Dreamliners are following behind it. And if you guys are wondering what did I hear just now, it was this truck construction folk, I think, are done for the day, packing in, going home, celebrating the weekend. Well, I hope everybody still has their hearing. No speakers got blown. Hopefully. Oh, that's not nice to hear, Nelly. Being sick. Hopefully you're feeling better right now. Good to see you again, at least. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan for departures. One of the two runways in use at the moment for departures. Two Dreamliners in the distance. First one lined up, KLM flight 645, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, destination New York JFK. This Dreamliner, 7 years old. First flight was in March 2016. Hey Crystal, goedemiddag, good afternoon, good to see you. And Hans Olaf is giving us some geography lessons. Linköping, located in Sweden. And indeed, amazing flex on the wings there. Time to watch it all over again. Another 787-9 Dreamliner lined up in the distance. This one is going to Mexico City. KLM flight 685. This Dreamliner is 5 years old, had its first flight in July 2017. And it is spooling up right now. So we're standing here next to the Polderbaan, one of the two runways in use for departures. As you guys can see, it is nice and sunny over here. Hardly any clouds. If there are a few clouds, they are more to the southeast. Further out in the distance, you can barely see them. Currently the wind is blowing from the northeast. Not too hard. Although the chimney smoke may lead you to conclude otherwise. It is a nice, refreshing, cooling breeze. Current air temperature in the mid-20s, Celsius, so in the 70s Fahrenheit, between 70 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And our next airplane lining up on the runway threshold in the distance is KLM flight 1115. It is a Boeing 737-800, destination Stockholm. The airplane is 22 years old, had its first flight in September 2000. Alright, Paul, if you're still with us, enjoy the rest of your day. Kitchen duty calling. You take care of that business. See you again soon. Now, if the website that shows the indicated or shows the predicted runway usage is correct, 36 Center should close right now, and between now and 4 p.m. local time we should, at least according to the prediction, have only this runway open for departures. So let's see if traffic will be picking up a little bit. For now I can see that there's at least one more departure taking place from center. Another 737 from KLM. Looking on flight radar, not a whole lot of traffic coming this way. There is a Turkish A330 to Istanbul lining up on center. So let's just see, I think we can pick it up somewhere over here when it rotates. Takes to the sky. I think there it is. Turkish A330-300, destination Istanbul. All right, let's see. It looks like traffic is crossing the center runway in the middle, which means that, or at least it is an indication that they have closed the center runway so that the airplanes don't have to go around it on the south or north threshold. Looks like a Boeing 737 MAX 8 is the first airplane to come this way, and there is a Vueling coming as number 2 by the looks of it. A320 destination Asturias. I think you're right, Melissa. Top Air Portugal A319 now taking off from center, and probably the last airplane for the upcoming hour. Now there are a few heavies on the move. Delta Airlines A330 to Boston. Delta A330 to Seattle has been pushed back. And the A319 from Top Air Portugal. Looking overhead, I don't see any contrails at the moment. Seems a bit quiet in the air. Oh, there is one, but it is far out. I think there are a few ducks on land. On this side of the land. This side of the water, I should say, no less. Also chilling out, enjoying the cool breeze. Let me take this moment to rehydrate myself a little bit. Hey there, Jelle. Checking in from Utrecht. Now in the meantime, I can see the first airplanes approach the runway. So let's see what is coming this way. First up is going to be a TUI 737 MAX 8, and we can also see an airplane land on runway 36 right. So this is how much you can see from over here, not a whole lot. Oh, and the TUI MAX 8 is already over here. It is being followed by Vueling and by EasyJet, an A320 destined for Berlin. I think it is going to get a little busy with back-to-back departures in a few minutes. About time. So this is TUI flight 605. It is a 737 MAX 8 destination Djerba. And this MAX 8 is 2 years old, had its first flight in June 2021. Now, where is it going to take off from? Is it from the runway threshold? I think it is continuing straight on. Also seems to be that way looking on flight radar. So not taxiing back to the runway threshold, but taking off from the entrance that lies in line with the taxiway back to the main platform area. Hey, yeah, DJ Celtus or Keltus, you're right. If you land over here and you need to go back to the gate, depending on where your gate is, it can take up to 20 minutes. It is an extremely long taxi compared with other runways and other airports. Probably one of the longest, if not the longest taxi in the world. Definitely more quiet than the older type, the next generation 737s. Now, looking in the distance, you can see it already. A queue is forming. Seems that everything is taxiing to take off from the runway threshold. So it seems to be in order of arrival. So this is Vueling, flight AD368 Airbus A320, destination Asturias, and this airplane is 9 years old, had its first flight in April 2014. Now let's have a look. The next airplane is already lined up. And rolling, in fact. EasyJet flight 25286 Airbus A320, destination Berlin. The airplane is 11 years old and had its first flight in January 2012. Now, no time to waste. Another EasyJet A319, destination Birmingham. 11 years old, first flight July 2011. And Latam Cargo 767 is being pushed back, is Marissa saying. That is good news. We're also still waiting for today's Emirates A380 going back to Dubai, somewhere between 3 and 4. And if that's the case, it is going to take off from this runway, most likely. Being careful with being too certain in saying it, in calling it. Next up, a Boeing 737-700 outbound to Geneva. Hey Daniel, good afternoon. Just in time for some heavies. About time, I should almost be inclined to say. Delta Airlines flight 257, Airbus A330-300, destination Boston. The airplane age is 20 years. Its first flight was in January of the year 2003. You can tell that the wind is picking up a little bit. If it gets too shaky, I might have to resort to re-enabling image stabilizer. I will try to see if I can hold that off for the time being. Hey there Gary, hey there Milou. Dave was here. Late night watching from Sydney, awesome. So we're waiting also for the Emirates A380. Should be taking off within the hour. First up is this KLM Embraer 190 with destination Rennes in France. Flight 1255. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in January 2010. Marissa is informing us that it looks like there is a Silkway 747 being pushed back. Now we could definitely do with some more queens in the stream. Yesterday we had no less than 7. This time around only one brief glimpse, and it was one landing on 06. So one taking off right in front of us would be very welcome. I did think I also saw a couple of 747s scheduled for outbound somewhere in the afternoon. But first, A737-800. Destination Warsaw in Poland. This airplane is 24 years old already, had its first flight in April 1999. Hey there, howdy doody. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Joshua, good afternoon to you too. Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and you are watching departures taking place from runway 36 left, the Polderbaan. Currently the only runway in use for departures. It's nice and sunny weather over here. At the moment the wind is blowing still from the north to northeast. And it is very welcome because it is refreshing. Temperatures are in the mid-20s at the moment. So that is in the 70s Fahrenheit. We're now watching an A330-300 from Delta Airlines take off, destined for Seattle. 19 years old, first flight was in October 2003, Delta Airlines flight 147 this was. Now if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Also, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, do ask. A lot of knowledgeable and friendly folk over here in the chat. And thank you, Daniel, who says greets from Düsseldorf, keep up the great work, smiley face. Well, thank you so much for your kind donation, Daniel. I'm certainly doing my best and I have no intention of slowing down. So if you are lurking, don't be afraid to say hi. A lot of friendly folk over here in the chat. Also very knowledgeable. If you have any particular questions, do ask. We're waiting for this Air France A319 to take off. One of the many flights between Amsterdam and Paris Charles de Gaulle. It is on the move right now. Air France flight 1741, A319, Paris Charles de Gaulle, destination of this airplane. So a short 40-minute flight or so. This particular airplane is 21 years old already, began its flying career in October 2001. Pilots are taking off to the north, parallel to this canal. And the wind, you're hearing it, can also visualize it over here. Smoke from the chimneys in the distance, the Amsterdam Westport area directly blowing towards us. You'll probably also hear it on the mic, more wind noise. So there's a bit of crosswind from the right for the pilots taking off from today's runways. It also causes the footage to be a bit shaky. If it gets too severe, I will enable image stabilizer again. Next up, Lufthansa A320 going to Frankfurt. 13-year-old airplane. First flight April 2010. Alright, Silkway Queen on the move. That is very good news. Hey, good afternoon to Jean-Yves and good afternoon to Andrew. Welcome to you both. Hope you're all doing well. And yes, Jean-Yves, you are a bit late. We already began without you. Hope you'll forgive us. We couldn't wait any longer. A320 Neo time. This EasyJet destined for Glasgow is on the roll. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in June 2018. Ooh, Marius has to go. Barbecue time. Barbecue duty is calling. Be careful with the wind and glowing particles. And enjoy your barbecue, mate. See you soon. Whoa, early rotation there. BA flying to London Heathrow, and looks like it isn't carrying a lot of weight on board. That took off like a rocket. 14 years old this airplane, and climbing like a mofo. Not a lot of weight on board. Well, big birds are on the move, but not in the vicinity yet. We'll have to make do with this Embraer first. An E2 Embraer 195, destination Florence in Italia. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in March 2021. KLM flight 1643. Alright, now looking a bit further out on flight radar, couple of big planes are coming this way. Latam Cargo 767. Visible EC. And let me zoom in a little bit. On flight radar, behind it is going to be an Embraer 190 from KLM. And behind it, a Boeing 737, also from KLM. And our first Queen is crossing the center runway as we speak. There she is. Also coming this way. Okay. Again, on my phone the chat window froze for a few moments. Okay, seem to be having some difficulties with the chat on my phone today. It doesn't always seem to be updating, and sometimes I think it is a bit quiet and then it turns out that I missed a few messages of you guys, so sorry for that. Don't know why that is taking place. Right, well, in the meantime, we are seeing Embraer already taking off. Let's see, looks like there's also a 777 destined for Curaçao coming this way. And before the 767 takes off, another narrow body is skipping the line. It is the Boeing 737-800 destined for Berlin. Now, no time to waste. For one, the 767 is lined up already, and also a nice vista of the Silkway Queen taxiing to the runway threshold. So lined up on the threshold is Latam Cargo Flight 1525. It is a Boeing 767-300 ER, 15 years old. First flight was in May 2008 and it is a very short flight. It's only going to Brussels, so expect a quick takeoff roll and a steep climb. Rotating already. is not good news, Marissa. That might mean that the A380 is going to take off from center again, as it is expected to reopen again from 4 p.m. local time onwards. Right, now time to turn around for that other big bird that is already on the move. They don't wait too long. So this is Silkway West Airlines flight 9601, Boeing 747-400 freighter, destined for Oslo. 17 years old, first flight March 2006. Right, so that was the first queen of the day. Question is, are we going to see the king as well? Or are we going to see the king only from a distance? Fingers crossed, people. Next up is going to be a KLM 737-800, destined for Bergen. Now time for another 777-300, going to Willemstad, Curaçao, KLM flight 735, 777-300 ER, 5 years old, first flight September 2017. Hey there, Grace Kelly, good afternoon. A lot of famous people in our chat. We have Michael Jackson, we had Elvis Presley. Now Grace Kelly gracing our chat with her presence. Well, also a sound that is hard to hate. meantime, the water situation hasn't changed significantly, except that the coot that was sitting down or lying down is now standing up. Somebody called the newspaper, front page news this. Now a few 737s will be taking off next. Lined up in the distance is already the first one, a Transavia 737-800 destined for Tel Aviv in Israel. This is Transavia flight 5801 and the airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in December 2018. Has to wait a little bit for getting clearance. Those heavy birds produce wake turbulence that is not very nice to fly through when you're on board a smaller jet or any jet. So if you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing next to the Bolderbaan runway 36 left. At the moment still the only runway in use for departures, although from 4 p.m. local time onwards it is expected that 36 Center will also reopen again and parallel departures will take place once again. For now this is the only runway in use for departures. You can see it is nice and sunny, although in the distance, particularly land inward, and this is facing land inward, more to the east, more to the south, you do see a few clouds further out in the distance. Over here in this part of the country it is full summer. Temperatures are in the mid-20s or in the 70s Fahrenheit, 70s to 80s approximately. There's wind blowing. You can hear it, you probably can see it by the vibrations as well. The wind is still blowing from the northeast and it has been doing that for over 2 weeks now. Over the weekend it is expected that the wind is going to change more to the east, bringing in warmer air with highs for the upcoming weekend approaching 30 degrees or even surpassing it. By the way, I made a calculation error. Temperatures are in the mid-20s Celsius, so that is around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. We're waiting to see what the Emirates A380 is going to do. It should have taken off or departed by now. And I'm looking on flight radar, don't see it active yet. There is a Corendon 737 coming this way, going to Ibiza. Further out, a Delta A330 for Minneapolis, also active on the platform. Looking up, there is an airplane. Let me try that again. So autofocus to manual focus, focus ring to infinity, and now I should be able to point the camera up to a Hey, this works nicely to a contrail, and it should be more or less in focus, and it should stay in focus because the focus is now on manual and set to infinity. So this is flying north of me from east to west. I think it is now approximately over me in terms of east-west orientation, but it is to the north of me. Again, I'm not able to read your comments right now because my phone is attached on the rear end of my camera and the camera is pointing up, so my phone screen is pointing down right now. But this seems to be working. Last time, the other day, I was trying to do some contrail spotting while on stream, but I still had some issue with that camera focus dance with the autofocus enabled, but I think I have a quick way of overriding it. No other contrails in the vicinity at the moment. Chemtrails, indeed, yeah. Hey there, Dave, good morning. Or at least good morning to you it is, probably. Welcome back and hope you're doing well. The first airplane to arrive is going to be a 737 from Corendon. Going to Ibiza. I think that is the one. And another tractor on the cycling path coming from behind. There you go. Now, agricultural vehicles are not too uncommon on this cycling path, given that on the other side of the cycling path we have fields of wheat. And the Corendon 737 on the move. Before it reaches the runway, let me rehydrate a little. Couple of big birds are on the move. 777 to Shanghai, A330 to Minneapolis. And in the meantime, the Corendon 737 lining up. Corendon flight 517, destination Ibiza. And this airplane is 23 years old already, had its first flight in December 1999. Definitely took its time before rotating and taking off from the runway. Probably full of party people going to the party island, the Balearic party island. Now there is a second coot, one in the water, the other one still on that bit of stone in the distance. Milou is on the Emirates A380. You're on it and the air conditioning isn't working. That is not a pleasant place to be in then. I have absolutely no idea why it is delayed. If somebody knows, do let us know in the chat. And thank you for the ice cream, Sadie Poos. Thanks for joining again, and we'll see each other soon, undoubtedly. Now there are a couple of heavies coming this way, but the pack is being led by a Boeing 737 that is going to Oslo. This is a 777 going to Shanghai. And already arriving on this side of the platform area is the KLM 737-800 with destination Oslo. KLM flight 1147. And this 737 is 24 years old already. Had its first flight in June 1999. Now, if the website predicting the runway usage is correct, in just over 5 minutes from now, runway 36 center will also start being used again for departures. So even if the A380 is going to take off in a few minutes from now, it might go to the center runway instead of to the left runway where we are standing next to. For now, the A380 is delayed with an unknown amount of delay. Okay. Had to refresh the chat again, saw that it was stuck again. Let's quickly go back to the 777 that is taking off right now. So 777-300 ER. Destined for Shanghai. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. KLM flight 895. Next up is going to be an A330. Hey there Willem, hey there Jannes, good afternoon to you both. Once again my chat window got stuck. So next up is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 165, Airbus A330-300. Destination is Minneapolis. This airplane is 17 years old and had its first flight in July 2005. So it looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer for the A380's departure. Now scheduled to be in 20 minutes from now. We'll have to see from which runway it is going to take off when it does. For now, a few narrow bodies are taking off in a few moments. There's a Vueling A320neo and there are 3 737s, 2 800s and 1 700. Lined up right now, coming this way, Transavia flight 6307. Destination Beirut. It is a Boeing 737-800 that is 8 years old and had its first flight in April 2015. These are the only two water birds over here on this side. There is one, not sure if it is a coot or a duck, swimming on the other side. Let's see what kind of bird that is. The A380's departure getting later and later by the minute, it seems. Hey there, Peter K. Good afternoon. Finally home from work. think it is the solitary gentleman duck swimming in the distance. This is a Boeing 737-700 destined for Zurich in Switzerland. Right, now next up, Vueling A320neo going to Lisbon in Portugal. A 4-year-old airplane that had its first flight in September 2018. Apparently it looks a bit light. Alright, look at that. 2 airplanes lined up, but only one is going to take off. My guess is it's going to be the left one, just because it is in the foreground. It is an EasyJet A320neo going to Lisbon in Portugal. And it is brand new. According to Flight Radar, had its first flight in December last year, so it is less than half a year old. Right, let me try to see what happens when I apply image stabilizer, because it is windy and the footage does get a little shaky. Maybe this improves it. If it doesn't, I'll switch it off again. Hey there, Walter, good afternoon, good to see you. Let's see, Big Bird time. It is a 777 KLM flight 681, destination Vancouver. 777-300ER, 6 years old, first flight January 2017. So the shakiness seems to be a bit less severe now, although it is not fully mitigated. Okay. Still no traffic for 36 Center yet, but who knows, it might change soon. It was expected to open up again for departures from 4 p.m. onwards. In the meantime, good afternoon to all viewers who just tuned in. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Until recently, the only runway in use for departures. At the moment, I think it still is, but very soon it might change and become one of the 2 runways used for departures, together with 36 Center. So parallel departures in that case will take place, which means that we can still see the air traffic taking off from the other runway. It's just a little bit further out, but the camera I'm using is quite well equipped to zoom in. So if something interesting, such as an A380, if it ever is going to go to Dubai today, takes off, you should be able to capture it quite well. Let me go back to the runway threshold, because there is a 777 waiting to go. KLM flight 589, destination Accra. It is a Boeing 777-300ER, 11 years old. First flight was in May 2012. Hey there Amy, hey there Blikfang, good afternoon. It is a bit windy. I'm happy that there is wind, otherwise it would have been too warm for me to be out here. Temperatures are in the mid-20s Celsius or in the 80s Fahrenheit. Wind is blowing from the northeast. You can see it in the distance by the smoke of the chimneys. Blowing towards us, so at a 45-degree angle versus the runway, meaning that there is crosswind from the right for the airplanes taking off right now. One more plane ready to go in the distance. It is an A319, destination London Luton. EasyJet flight 22518. And this A319 is 12 years old and had its first flight in March 2011. Wind is picking up after the departure of this airplane. I'm also going to update the ticker with a new meteorological update, because I think the wind is increasing as we speak. Oh, always good bumping into your own tripod. So these airplanes are taking off to the north. A little bit of crosswind from the right. If you look, the sky is mostly blue, but if I can get the focus back. This is looking to the east. You can see that there are a few clouds land inward. This is pointing the camera to the southeast. You can also see more clouds land inward. Over here, relatively close to the North Sea, the air is still cloudless. We're waiting for more traffic to come this way. Looks like there is an SAS from CRJ from SAS coming in first. I haven't seen any departures from runway 36 center yet, so I'm thinking it might still be closed for the time being. Although I think the first airplane to the threshold of center is now nearby. Looks like an A321neo. Alright, so this CRJ is taxiing to the runway threshold. Gives me time to update the weather. So the temperature over here is now 27 degrees Celsius according to the latest weather update. 2 times 27 is 54 plus 30, so that is about 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Copy, paste, and there we go. So if you look in the ticker right now, you can see the latest weather update. AHOM is the name of Schiphol Airport, one of the two names. AMS is the other. AHOM is one of the names for Schiphol Airport. It is the 9th today. 13:55 Zulu means Greenwich Mean Time. So that is 3:55 local time over here in the Netherlands. 05012 KT. That means that the wind is blowing with 12 knots from direction 050 degrees. So that is just east of northeast. 020V080 means that the wind is varying between 20 degrees and 80 degrees, so almost from the north and almost from the east. KVK means ceiling and visibility are okay. That means that the lower parts of the atmosphere are clear of weather. Visibility is good and no rain, nothing that you need to take into consideration as a pilot. 27/15 means that the temperature is 27 degrees Celsius and the dew point is 15 degrees Celsius. Q1014 means the QNH or the air pressure is 1014 hectopascal. No SIG means no significant weather. So that means nothing that you have to take into consideration as a pilot taking off this afternoon over here from Schiphol Airport. Now the SAS CRJ held short for a moment, but is now moving to the runway threshold again, so let's have a look. So this is SAS flight 548 CRJ 900 going to Copenhagen in Denmark. It is a CRJ 900 long range, 7 years old. First flight was in June 2016. Awfully quiet. And runway 36 center is also being used again. The next airplane to come this way is going to be an Embraer 175 going to Gdansk in Poland. In the meantime, I'm looking up to see if I can maybe do some contrail spotting, but I don't currently see any contrails yet. Well, see you later, Marissa. Thanks for joining. And enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Lovely weather. Before the next airplane arrives over here, let's have a look on this side. So there is a duck over here, and I also saw a coot in the water. Two coots are in the water, both of them. None over here on the lookout. Good afternoon, Peter. Good afternoon. And the tractor picked something up. It's driving back. Bit of kit. Is that another digger or is it something else? Hard for me to see. So the duck is chilling over here in the grass, or what is left of it. Not a whole lot of people over here today. I think it is more busy today on the beaches than it is over here. There are a few people on the other side of the cycling path. There were also a few people over at the Spottersplatz itself, although I didn't see any ice cream vehicles or fries vehicles. In the meantime, the Embraer 175 is pulling up and on the roll. KLM flight 1921, Embraer 175 going to Gdansk in Poland. A 6-year-old airplane. Had its first flight in July 2016. Oh, 777 in the SkyTeam livery taking off from center. Bummer that we don't get to see it up close. Have to hold my other hand over the camera screen because the sun is behind me and it is shining on my camera monitor otherwise. Pity that we didn't get to see it take off right in front of us. Grace Kelly, thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again soon. I have no idea, Peter. Shall I go over to him and ask him? Nah, maybe he is watching the stream on his phone as well. Maybe he can answer it in the chat then. So let's see what traffic is on the move. There is a lot of airplanes active on the platform. but not necessarily on the move yet. There's a CRJ from Lufthansa to Munich, now taking off from the center runway. This is Speedbird flight 439, Airbus A320, destination London Heathrow. This airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in November 2008. And hey there, Ralph, checking in from the United States. Good morning. Right. Another departure from center. Let's see. Is that Transavia? Swiss. A220 from Swiss. Now in the meantime, another airplane is moving to the threshold of 36 center. An Embraer 190 from KLM, destination Dublin in Ireland. This is KLM flight 937. KLM City Hopper Embraer 190 going to Dublin, Ireland, 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012. Meanwhile, greetings back to Outdoors with Ed, who is greeting us from Pennsylvania. And thank you so much, Thijs, for a Shiba dog moves his arm saying goodbye super sticker. Hope that doesn't mean you have to go already, but if it does, thank you for joining again, and hopefully we'll see each other again soon during one of the other upcoming streams. Will McT checking in from Dubai. Well, we're waiting for an Emirates flight back to you. That should have taken off an hour ago already. Still nowhere to be seen. Latest update that I saw in the chat was that its estimated time of departure was 5:15 local time PM. Ah, Thijs blijft wel. Oké, awesome. For a moment, I thought you were leaving. Even the coots and the dogs would not be afraid of this Shiba dog. Yeah, I did see the Shiba dog, and it is very cute. Now, Shiba dogs are cute in itself already, but this one is particularly cute, the one that YouTube has chosen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? It's moving away from us. It is Qatar 777 to Doha. Obviously going to take off from center. Rodok informing us that there's a baby bus underway, and indeed it is so. A319 going to London Gatwick. There's the baby bus. You can see a takeoff in the distance on center. A moving tail on, it looks like a Transavia 737. Might as well follow it for a little while. Practice for the eventuality that the Emirates A380 will take off while I'm still standing here. Was my intention to wrap up the stream around 5 p.m. local time, depending on the traffic expected to leave around that time. So that baby bus is arriving on the scene in the distance. Let's see what else is coming. Oh, that 777 to Doha looks to be on the taxiway. Oh no, I'm spoke too soon. It is on the taxiway on its way to center, unfortunately. And in the meantime, thank you so much, Nicholas, who says, have yourself a refreshment from me and Donna. I will definitely do that, Nicholas. In fact, let me take a sip of refreshing water right now already. It is heating up nicely, even though the wind is cooling. Definitely not going to be doing any live streams on this time of day in the coming weekend, when the temperature is expected to increase to 30 degrees Celsius. Now currently the air temperature is already approaching that, but the wind direction will change to the east and will not be as refreshing as it is today, while it is still blowing from the northeast at the moment. There's a Dreamliner to San Francisco underway. United Airlines flight 969. Currently on the runway threshold is... Oh no, it's not on the threshold, but on the first entrance, not being the runway threshold, is EasyJet flight 28679. And it is an Airbus A319 going to London Gatwick in a few moments. This airplane is 15 years old and had its first flight in March 2008. Problem with an engine on the A380, Captain just said, Milou is saying. Could be a while. Oh dang. Hopefully they did turn on the air conditioning in the meantime. Imagine being on that plane right now without proper temperature management. In that case, hopefully they will let you off board again. Hey, the coots are passing me by quietly. Sneaky little rascals. Let me let me use friendly wording. Oh, and there is a big bird taking off from center. Qatar also waving us goodbye, going from center. Now if only some vandals could demolish parts of 36 center again, so that all outbound traffic on days like these would go to 36 left. They did repair the runway not too long ago. Indeed, J-Bell, just in time for the coots. Let's see, this is one. Is the other one ahead already, or is this the front one? I think it's the front one. Yeah, there it is. Nora asks, can you give Malaysia Airlines? Is it expected to leave anytime soon? If it is, let me know what's its time of departure and if it is on flight radar already. Obviously, if it is going to take off while I'm still here, I can definitely point my camera towards it. I'll be happy to do that. Hey, and it seems that the ducks have taken over the vantage point of the coots. Earlier it was the coots that were sitting on the slab of stone in the water. It now seems that a duck couple has taken its place, have taken their place. Hey there, DW, good afternoon or good morning. Let's see. There is a small airplane flying north to south with a contrail. So let me try if I can follow it. Going in the menu, manual focus, focus ring, set to infinity. Point the camera up, zoom in a little. Let's see, where is the contrail? Still looking for a needle in a haystack. Zoom out a little bit. Get my bearings again. I think it should be here. Zoom in a little. There we go. Yeah. Well, in the meantime, the airplane is already quite far away. Flying from north to south, and it is more to the east of Schiphol Airport and already well past it. Right. Hey there, DLVH007, who is saying good morning from Michigan. Good morning to you too. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, I should say. Hopefully you're doing well. And Norwegian 737 Brussels to Copenhagen. Well, should probably be Copenhagen to Brussels then, but in that case I think it should be descending quite soon already. Looked like it was still on cruising altitude. Meanwhile, another plane over here taking off in a few moments. Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1289, destination Edinburgh. It is a 17-year-old airplane. First flight April 2006, and we are going to see Oslo to Malaga, Norwegian Airways. That makes sense. We should be seeing a big bird in a few moments going to San Francisco from our runway. Before it arrives, let me do another chemtrail follow. Manual focus, focus to infinity. There we go. I'm getting the hang of it. So this airplane is flying towards me from the east to the west, more or less from east southeast-ish to west northwest-ish. Still east of me, maybe over Amsterdam, or maybe even a bit east of it still. It will pass north of me. Now again, I'm not able to read your messages right now because my camera is pointing up and my phone is pointing down. Obviously a twin engine. With the sun behind me, I can clearly make it out, and you guys can probably see it better than the earlier contrails that I followed as well. It is almost passing me now. It's passing north of me. Pointing the camera relatively straight up. I think 80 degrees or so. It is still a bit north of me. Oh, and there's a second one passing. Where's the second one? Lower. Why can't I see it? Here's the one. Oh, the second one is already further. Let's zoom out a little bit. Huh. You have to imagine that the sun is shining on my camera screen. So it is a bit hard to see. In the meantime, we're just in time to see the next big bird take off. Let me go back to autofocus and zoom to the runway threshold. Alright, so 777 taking off from center to Beijing, taking off in the distance on this runway. United Airlines flight 969, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, destination San Francisco. And this Dreamliner is 7 years old, had its first flight in September 2015. You can see that the image is shaky due to the wind, despite despite having image stabilizer enabled on my camera. That is typical of the Netherlands. It is always windy. For those of you just tuning in, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, currently one of the two runways in use for departures. Parallel departures taking place right now from 36 left and from 36 center. Both north-south oriented runways in use in northern direction. The prevailing wind is blowing from the northeast. You can see it in the water. I can also show you a few chimneys in Westport area in Amsterdam. This is the west part of the harbor area of Amsterdam. You can see the smoke is blowing directly towards us. The camera is now angled at about 45-degree angle versus the runway, which is parallel to this canal. The sun is out and the air temperature over here at the moment is approximately 27 degrees Celsius, approaching 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Luckily there is a bit of wind, otherwise it would have been too warm to be out here. Next up is this Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1209, destination Kristiansand, and this airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in June 2009. Apparently not too heavily loaded. Hey there Guido, good afternoon. Goedemiddag. Welcome to all who have joined us in the meantime. If you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, and I go live several times a week, you get notified and can join us again if you have the time for it or are feeling like it. Next up, a chocolate livery Embraer 190, German Airways. We've seen it before several times. And in fact, this is the second time we are seeing it in this stream. So it has run a back and forth already in the time we've been standing here. Revolution asks, A330 steaming from center. Do you think you can spot it? Is it taking off right now? Let me have a look on flight radar. First is a Saudia Dreamliner taking off to Jeddah. Anything taking off from center I can show you, that is not a problem. It's just that I don't see any A330s just yet. So let me know when the airplane you want to see taking off from center takes off. Now there is a 737 taking off from over here, but I can show you what you can see from departures from center from over here. So despite not being directly next to the runway, you can perfectly see airplanes taking off from runway center from over here. Ah, the A330 already took off, okay. That is unfortunate. Let's see, next up, coming this way, a 737-800 going to Newcastle. Let's see what else is coming. Embraer E195, Embraer 190 to Leeds, A319 EasyJet to Manchester. Hey, the A380 is active now on flight radar on the platform. Now undoubtedly it's going to take off from center unless it closes again in the meantime. For the time being, I think I don't think we'll be that lucky, but fingers crossed, you never know. Yay, me and Dana City, Newcastle. Love that you're so enthusiastic, Nicholas. Another departure. Hey, it seems that the clouds are moving towards us a little bit. Now, these are still friendly clouds, but I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in the country later during the day a isolated rain shower might form out of those clouds. In the meantime, the bird controller is also doing another round over here. We have 4 vehicles, recognizable, K1, 2, 3 or 4 on the side. Now this is a Ford Ranger, I've been told. There's also VW pickup trucks. They always drive in pickup trucks. Now the Schiphol bird controllers work day and night to keep the runway area free from flocks of birds as much as they can. Prevent bird strikes as much as possible. Now I don't need to show you guys, it is quite green over here, not only on the runway itself and the area next to it, adjacent to it, but also over here. Fields of wheat growing, and that's WHEAT, not WEED. I know what you guys are thinking, the Netherlands and wheat, haha. No, but we do have a lot of birds over here. So the bird controllers patrol day and night, 24/7. If you like setting off fireworks, then it might be the job for you, because they do have flare guns making noise. As another Embraer from KLM takes to the sky. Hey there Mol, alles goed? Ja hoor. It is a bit warm. I'm happy that the wind is constantly blowing, otherwise it would have been too hot and I wouldn't have been able to stand here for more than 3 hours. Now, but the bird controllers, they have several tricks up their sleeve. They have flare guns, but also a soundboard with which they can play sounds that are recordings of birds of prey, so the natural enemies of the birds that are flocking around this area, to chase them away in a less obtrusive way than using loud flares and bangs. Here is KLM flight 1549. It is an Embraer 190 destined for Leeds in the United Kingdom. The airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in November 2015. Also, not too heavily loaded, rotating early. Rotating quickly. So yeah, if you just joined us, you're watching AMS Live. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. My name is Boy. And as you can see, mostly blue skies. We do have a few clouds forming land inward. This is facing east. And this is facing south. And the distance on the runway threshold is an EasyJet A319. Destination Manchester, ready to go in a few minutes. The prevailing wind is blowing from the northeast and has been doing that for more than 2 weeks now. The air temperature approaching 30 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It is in the 80s. So this is EasyJet flight 22180, destination Manchester, United Kingdom. Airbus A319-100, age of the airplane is 16 years and its first flight was in June 2006. Now let me also have a look on flight radar, see where that A380 is hanging out. I'm using a split screen on my mobile phone that is attached to my camera. One part showing the chat, one part showing flight radar, so I can only show a little post stamp of flight radar on my mobile phone. So my default setting is being zoomed in to the other side of the Polderbaan to see what is going on over there. And I need to scroll a bit to the left, to the right to see what is going on the main platform area. A lot of airplanes are active and on the move. The Emirates A380 is active, but it does still seem to be on the gate. Not a lot going on there. I was hoping to be able to show you guys the departure of the Emirates A380, but it's still stuck. And apparently there was an engine issue. Hey, it is checking in from Tel Aviv. We just sent a couple of planes your way earlier this afternoon. Now unfortunately the A380 is stuck. It seems that we are expecting a 777 in a few minutes from China Cargo Airlines going to Shanghai. And Ronald asks, center closed? I think it isn't. It looks like there's an Embraer to Stuttgart ready to take off in a few minutes. So it does still seem to be in use for the time being. Our next airplane over here looks like it's taxiing to the runway threshold. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1053, destined for Bristol in the UK as well. UK rush hour, it seems, has begun, or is underway now for a while. Yeah, now the stream goes by without us being able to see most of the fleet of KLM's Embraer short-haul fleet. This Embraer 190 is 11 years old and had its first flight in January 2012. Yeah, I did see that as well, Bon Scott Marston. Hopefully it means that the Embraer I mentioned just now is going to be the last plane for a while. Hopefully all other traffic will be redirected to 36 left again. Can hear it take off in the distance. Right. Well, Notwa, apparently the A380 had some issues with an engine, or at least that's what Milou was saying, and she is on board that plane. China Cargo is on center, St. Ranger is saying. That is not good news. No. China Cargo is coming this way. It is already turning around the corner. It will show itself in the distance soon enough. Let me show you guys. There is our 777 China Cargo. In the meantime, an Embraer 190 to Southampton is lining up right of us. There is a slew of airplanes coming this way, 4 in a row. Leading the pack is the 777 you're seeing now, just right of center. And that is China Cargo Airlines, flight 206, destination is Shanghai. And it is being followed by 3 more airplanes. The first of which is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Icelandair, going back to Iceland in Reykjavik. Let's go back to that train in a moment. First catch the departure of the Embraer 190. Right, back to the train it is. So there you go. 777 leading the pack. 737 MAX 8, number 2. Embraer 175 to Humberside, number 3. Boeing 737-800 to Hamburg, number 4. And in the meantime, I saw a super chat from Mall231 with a super chat saying, unexpected go around Emirates A380, that was a good video, thanks. It was a lucky break. I was ready to pack it in. It was supposed to be the last airplane of the day. definitely did not foresee it going around. I think nobody did. I was pleasantly surprised, I have to say, that I was able to follow the full circuit of the airplane going around, even though it was flying at some point almost near Utrecht, which if you look on the map is really quite far away, relatively speaking. So the fact that we were able to follow the entire circuit was something I didn't expect. Still no idea why they went around or why they felt they had to go around. I'm still waiting for somebody who was on board or maybe knows more to reach out in one of the comments or something. Oh dear. YouTube fan says Atlas 747 and 380 to 36 center. That is not good news. Yeah, the 747 is going to Hong Kong, so Milou shape-shifted and is now in liquid form. Well, it can't be the air temperature that is causing the engine problems. They should be used to warmer temperatures over there. And thanks for joining Travel with Mark, and thanks for your comment. And Revolution said that the Atlas 747 has started to taxi. It is getting closer to 36 center. Hopefully the triple will be able to take off before then. And it looks like the Icelandair 737 MAX 8 will skip the line and go first. Alrighty then, now here we go then. First airplane to take off right now from 36 left is Icelandair Flight 507 Boeing 737 MAX 8 going to Reykjavik. And this airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in March 2019. And at least it is not in the fully blue-white, but it has a splash of color. I think most people will still prefer the old livery over this one, but at least it is not monotonously blue-white only. Now, let me quickly have a look, see what's going on. 747 line looks like it's lining up on center, so hopefully this triple will be taking off before then, so we can go back to back from one to the other. So this is China Cargo Airlines Flight 206. It is a 777 freighter destined for Shanghai. Brand new. This airplane had its first flight in October last year, so it is just over half a year old. Okay, Milou, who is on board the Emirates A380, sorry about that, says we have failed start attempts, whatever that means. They say they are going to connect the bridge, but don't talk. Totally unclear. Looks like you might have to walk to Dubai then. Okay. See something airborne from center, so I guess we'll soon see the 747. It is already on the threshold. I'm now waiting for the departure of the Atlas Air 747 from runway 36 center. We should be able to see it in a few moments. I see it already. There we go. So this is Atlas Air flight 8209, Boeing 747-400, destination Hong Kong. This airplane is 19 years old, had its first flight in January 2004. Now the lighting is perfect with the sun meanwhile being behind me, beautifully illuminating the livery. Just got photo bombed for a moment by a 737 taking off from Polderbaan while we are following the Atlas Air 747 a bit longer. Going to Hong Kong. It is most likely going to fly to the northeast of the country first, as it is doing right now. Leave the country in the northeast, go more northeasterly towards Scandinavia, if it is at least allowed to fly over Russian airspace, which I don't know for certain. Alright, Magic Boosters asks if I can show CD993, and I can. It is on the threshold right now. Is there a particular reason, Magic Boosters, why you want me to show you guys Corendon flight 993? Somebody on board you know? Well, it is coming right now. Boeing 737-800 from Corendon, flight 993, special request. Flying to Zakynthos in Greece. This airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in May 2009. Alrighty. Let's have a look. At the moment, no airplanes coming this way right away. There is a Boeing 737 expected in a few minutes, going to London Heathrow. Have the mods gone? Okay. Well, anyway, if this happens again, I can always intervene if necessary. For now, that doesn't seem to be necessary just yet. We're waiting for... there's also a Dreamliner to Salt Lake City that is on the move. A330 to Boston also coming this way. And the 737 is already further up the road, going to London Heathrow. Let me see. No traffic crossing runway center. And that is because it is still being used for departing traffic. Meanwhile, the 737 to London Heathrow arriving on the scene on this side of the platform. Let me also quickly take a sip of water. I have to stay properly hydrated. And it looks like the 737 is going to enter the runway directly from the entrance where you end up at, instead of going to the left to the runway threshold, which is a bit further back. Delving into my third bottle of water that is in the thermos. I'm happy to report that it is still cold after having been in the sun for a couple of hours. Now the shakiness is because of the wind, despite the fact that I have image stabilizer enabled, and have securely fastened my tripod with 10 wires in the ground. It is just wind vibrations in combination with being zoomed in quite far. This is KLM flight 1021, Boeing 737-700, destination London Heathrow. A 13-year-old airplane. Now there are a few airplanes over here also with contrails. Don't see any quad jet contrails just yet. Let's see. In the meantime, here is our pipeline. There is an A330 coming this way. It is being followed by an Embraer 175. By the looks of it, my chat has frozen again after that brief interruption for nice discussion about glue or not. Excellent. Natwa asks if there is any news about the A380. It is on radar. Yeah, it has been on for a while, but it isn't moving. The LVH007, if you're still around, bye for now. Thanks for joining. I'm a bit late with catching up on moments. For some reason today my chat window is not syncing with the rest of the chat. Then when I refresh the page, it does show new messages. Right, well, almost coming around the corner and is approaching from the right and will be visible in a few moments is a Dreamliner to Salt Lake City from KLM, which we should be able to see in a few moments. In the meantime, the A330 has arrived on this side of the tower and also the fire station that is also adjacent to it. We can also see that the Embraer is going to take off first, not unsurprisingly. So let me pan to the right so we can see it. There we go. This is KLM flight 1523, Embraer 175, destination Norwich in the UK. The airplane's age 5 years. It had its first flight in November 2017. that taking off. Embraer? A321. Well. Anyway, it is time for our next heavy. It is a Delta. It's an A330. My immediate response is to say it's a Delta A330 just because there are so many of them taking off from Schiphol. But this one is KLM. Flight 617, destined for Boston, Massachusetts. This airplane is 11 years old and had its first flight in February 2012. Also coming this way is a Dreamliner for Salt Lake City. Testing 1 2 1 2. Hopefully you guys can still hear me properly. Hopefully no speakers have been blown or eardrums. They're always a bit loud. Oh, Milou, who is a passenger on board today's Emirates A380, is saying that everybody is leaving the plane at the moment. So that is not a delay that will be resolved on short notice by the sound of it. Did they say anything about the expected duration? Probably not. Probably too early for them to be able to say anything about it. So this is KLM Flight 609, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. Its destination is Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, that's in Utah? Or was it a different state? I think it was Utah. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, the destination of this airplane, Salt Lake City. The airplane's age 7 years. First flight was in January 2016. KLM Flight 609, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. Ah, yes, Utah. Alrighty then. Paul is informing us that AMS to JFK on its way, and that is definitely a destination that is going to take off from, or a destination for which the airplane will take off from left instead of center. And Paul also mentions UAE cargo coming your way too. So that is very good news, ladies and gentlemen. I did intend to stay until around 5 p.m. local time originally, but since I'm already out here, might as well stick around for those airplanes as well. Had the idea of sticking around until 5 so that I could go to the gym later tonight, but I think I might just forgo today and go again on Monday. Which means No immediate rush anymore. Sky Patrol Drones asks, what days do you live stream? I'm thinking of coming to visit my grandma in August in Barneveld. Well, I have sort of a day job that usually occupies my Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and the rest of the week I am available to do live streaming. Not sure that I will be doing that on each day, but typically when I do go out, it is between Thursdays and Mondays. And thanks guys for confirming that Salt Lake City is indeed in Utah. Indeed, Emirates Cargo taking off. Quiet one. Sneakily passed by me. Even though the wind is blowing in my direction, you would think you'd hear it more than you do. Damn it, no approval from the chat. Well, I'm already happy that I went twice this week, so can't do everything perfect. This looks like a Sky Livery airplane. It is a 737-900 from KLM going to Birmingham by the looks of it. Yep. Oh, and it has a blue nose. A blue clown's nose. Now, in the meantime... Oh, and do let me know, Sky Patrol Drones. Do let me know if I'm out here and you are out here as well. Do hit me up. Absolutely. Meanwhile, K4, the bird control vehicle, also doing a round. Looks like over there the wind is less than it is over here. Doesn't feel... It feels more windy here than the windsock shows over there. You can find an email address on the About page on my YouTube channel, Sky Patrol Drones. Now, this is KLM flight 1431, holding short. You could see that there was a bird control vehicle. Looks like it's on the runway, doing a final check. So this is KLM flight 1431, Boeing 737-900, going out to Birmingham. This airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in June 2001. And see you later there, Jelle. Enjoy the rest of the weather and the day. And Theo will be trying his new camera out after his shift on Schiphol on Sunday. Is that a video camera or is that a photo camera? Alright, so it seems that it is allowed to take off. In the meantime, the Dreamliner 78710 to Salt Lake, to New York JFK has also arrived on the scene. First up, this blue-nosed SkyTeam livery 737-900 going to Birmingham. Hey, did they update the nose? It's no longer blue. So the picture on Flight Radar was outdated. They did give it a nose job in the meantime. Hey there, Belgian Rail, good afternoon. Nikon P1000, isn't that the one that has that tremendous amount of zoom? Alrighty then, before the Dreamliner to New York JFK is this Embraer 190 going to London City, KLM flight 989. A 12-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August 2010. Now, yeah, 125 times zoom. I think I saw a few YouTube videos there where they tested the zoom of the Nikon P1000. Zooming in, I think it was in Hong Kong or Shanghai or something. They were at Taipei. It was zooming in to the Taipei, that 101, or what is it, that building, that famous skyscraper. Tremendous amount of zoom on that camera. This is KLM flight 643, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner with destination New York JFK. This airplane, 3 years old, had its first flight in January 2020. Hey Rick, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well, my friend. In the meantime, here is our solitary gentleman duck friend again. Although, let me have a look further out. I think there's also another one on that stone, whatever it is, that's in the water. Yeah, there's another duck, another gentleman duck, but that, I think that's a pair, isn't it? There's also a lady duck behind the gentleman duck, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we can definitely establish that ducks are not morning people, but more night owls. And in the meantime, thank you so much, Saint Ranger, is that how you pronounce it? Who says, are you at Spottersplek Polderbaan as seen on Flight Radar map? I might be able to come by and join you for some time next time you're there. I'm not on the actual parking place itself. I will show you in a minute where I am. It is nearby though. But thank you so much for your kind donation there. Really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Again, it looks like the chat on my mobile phone is not updating, which is strange. Let me try to fix that. I think it should be on full chat, not just top chat. Live chat, yeah, all messages should come through. Right, well, let's see. Hopefully this fixes it. Enter split screen again. Alright, well, hopefully this has sorted things. Hey there, Airport Holland. Stranger Ranger. We'll do that then. Well, this tree behind it is the parking place of the Polderbaan, the official parking place that you can also see on Google Maps and Flight Radar. Yeah, I don't think you can see anybody standing there, but there is a fence. You should be able to see it from over here. And where this scooter is arriving from, this is the cycling path that I'm standing next to. There's grass all over. If I'm not mistaken, that is a colleague of mine, not doing live streams. I think that is Pilot Sander, who makes compilation videos. So there is a cycling path all along the Polderbaan and grass next to it. So today is the exception to the rule, but normally speaking, during weekend days with weather such as today, it would be very much more crowded than it is today. Maybe it is too warm still. Maybe people are going to the beach today, but it's all publicly accessible. If you park the car over there and you walk away from the parking lot and follow the cycling path over here, you end up where I'm standing at. So there are a couple of planes coming this way. A320neo, Boeing 737, 777 to Atlanta. The Emirates A380, I don't think we're going to see it. Now, depending on what will be coming after this slew of airplanes, I might be wrapping up after the 777. I think by the time it has taken off, we are approaching 6 p.m. which I think will be a nice time for me to call it quits. Been out here for over 4 hours now. Not sure how long my sunscreen will be protecting me from getting burned. I did apply royally sunscreen factor 30, so probably will be okay. Jota Tube. No, I don't know that. Don't know him or her. Is that a new channel? And I don't have any particular branding on me, but you will probably recognize me just because I have an elaborate amount of kit with me. which you can also find pictures of if you look on my community page, my community tab on my YouTube channel page. So I'm quite easily recognizable if you're out here. Right, our next airplane is lined up. And it is an EasyJet A320neo destination Basel. The airplane is 3 years old, had its first flight in December 2019. Indeed, if you just find a guy that is apparently randomly chatting into thin air, it's most likely going to be me. Alright, well, see you later, Lance. Enjoy the rest of your day and weekend. And thanks for joining once again. Next up, KLM 737-800 going to Madrid in Spain. The airplane 4 years old, had its first flight in April 2019. Right, well, I see narrow bodies and narrow bodies, so this is going to be my last plane of today's stream. It is a 777 KLM flight 621, destination Atlanta, Georgia. This airplane 8 years old, first flight February 2015. It is a 777-300ER KLM flight 621. What is that? Ah, I think that might be a crow on one of the street lanterns over here. Yep, it is. I think the little fella might be hot as well. Has its beak open. Don't they do that for cooling purposes? Anyway, with this little bird in the picture. And thank you, Nicholas. Say hi to Donna as well. Russell Crowe. Okay, well, thanks for joining me again, fellas. I've had a great time in the sun out here. Hopefully I won't get sunburned. Thanks for joining me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream as well. Thanks to all of you who tuned in again. Thanks for the people who were so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, memberships, or get a membership themselves. Your support is what makes this channel so great. Thank you all so much. And last minute I see a super chat from Familie de Jong. Thank you so much. I want to say thanks to all of you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully I'll see you again during one of the next upcoming streams. As an airplane passes by, I'm gonna say good day to you all. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a nice weekend. See you all soon. Bye for now.